Thank you. Uh. All right, it's that time again. Hello all, how are you this evening? I hope that y'all are doing well. I'm still feeling very sick. Although I think I'm on the other side of it, but I still got the sniffles very badly. So, let's see here. What should we watch on our break? I still kind of want to watch a Kurzgesagt video because they're nice and short and they may keep me in that studying, learning type mood. Although some of this stuff seems to be a little heavy. Like the origin of consciousness. I'm not sure I want to dive into that right now. Let's see. Put it over here. There we go. Okay. Man, some of this stuff is a little heavy. Well, let's do this one. Yeah.
Neutron stars are the densest things that are not black holes. In their cores, they are the most dangerous substance in existence. Strange matter. A bizarre thing so extreme that it bends the rules of the universe and could infect.
I'm feeling a little
everything it comes into contact
under the
with.
weather today,
Or
but
it could teach us about how the universe began. Maybe both.
nothing I can't push through. How are you doing?
To understand how extreme strange matter really is, we first need to get a few basics. What is a neutron star, and how does strange matter?
Ooh, let's do this one.
Here in the Kurzgesagt
Keep it
labs,
nice and
we
light,
work on
yeah.
the most important scientific problems like, what if we nuke stuff?
So this is a,
This elephant explode, or who could forget, look at this thing, it's really big. Continuing this tradition.
is this, channel called Kurzgesagt. I have no idea if I'm pronouncing that right, but they make these like 9, 10, 11 minute videos that are super bright and colorful and take like really, really big, complex topics and try to make them digestible in this small amount of time. They're really good. They cover a lot of very, well, some of them, of the topics are controversial. Some of them are just really complex, like, you know, astrophysics. But I wanted to watch this one. What if the world turned gold? The gold apocalypse. Because that sounds ridiculous.
Let's explore the scientific mystery of what would happen to you if Earth suddenly turned into gold. The Midas Apocalypse, based on the ancient tale of King Midas, who was cursed so everything he touched turned into gold. Before we can explore this scenario with science, we'll first define the premise. Midas's curse is a very special phenomenon called magic, which allows us to modify physics. So what happens when Midas touches something and it turns to gold?
Yes, that is. Yes,
An
that
atom of
is
gold
my
has
boy.
79 protons and 118 neutrons in its nucleus. The electric force of the protons on the electrons.
We call him
around them
Viking
shapes
Man,
the atom and
'cause he has
gives
a big
gold its
beard.
chemical properties, like that it doesn't rust and that it's kind of shiny and bendy. So, to make not gold into gold, we have to change atoms. Let's say Midas touches a duck. All the light elements like hydrogen, carbon, and oxygen gain
Exactly.
electrons and protons and neutrons to become gold. Not only is the duck suddenly 33 times more massive, it's also much too dense. The gold atoms are far closer together than they like and repel each other violently, causing the golden duck to explode with the energy of half a ton of TNT, leaving only gold dust and a very dead Midas. This is clearly
It would
not a
explode?
very good way for Midas's power to work. So what if instead Midas's power uses the atoms that are already present and simply rearranges all particles in the matter he touches into gold? No matter is created or destroyed.
Oh, I guess that
Instead,
kind of makes
atoms
sense.
dissolve and the protons,
'Cause
neutrons,
each
and
atom would get
electrons
bigger.
are reassembled to make gold. However, gold is very dense, about 20 times denser than a duck.
Yeah.
Without adding any matter, the gold duck would be a very awkward kind of foamy gold with lots of tiny microscopic gaps. This is funky and doesn't explode, which is progress. Now that we've established a
That's
sort of
better.
magic that works, what would happen if Midas stumbles? What if he touches Earth itself? Let's freeze time for just a moment and rearrange all the matter in the Earth. Just like the duck, the Earth is now solid gold, but with many tiny atomic scale gaps. While these gaps weren't a huge deal for the duck, they're a big problem for the Earth. A spongy planet is not a thing that can exist, as gravity compresses Earth, squeezing
Yeah.
it together to close up the gaps.
Especially since gold is so heavy.
Shrinking to 2/3 of its radius. If you're standing on Earth's
Oh
surface,
my.
you'll suddenly find yourself in freefall, like on a roller coaster, as the ground sinks away beneath you. But since the ground is falling too, it doesn't move away from you. It feels like someone turned off gravity, and you and everything else would begin to float. But the ride doesn't last forever. It takes only 10 minutes for everything to crash down, and a weird 10 minutes it is indeed. And then, as abruptly as it started, it stops.
Everything.
Collapsing Earth has reached
Yeah.
its desired size, and gravity is suddenly turned back on for you. Hopefully you enjoyed your minutes of floating, because the ground and you with it crash into the planet at 30,000 kilometers an hour, making your body splatter like a water balloon as it hits. In one instant, basically all of
Oh, that's not
humanity
good.
gets smashed into red puddles. This is only the start of our problems though, since Earth imploded supersonically. The kinetic energy of the implosion is basically equivalent to detonating a planet made of TNT. Crushed together under incredible forces, Earth's core reaches 1,000,000 degrees Celsius, a temperature closer to the core of a star than anything we're used to finding on Earth. As the Earth crashes
so we
into
become like a
itself,
mini star.
it generates an enormously powerful shock wave which plows upwards, catapulting the atmosphere up and off. The Earth's surface temperature reaches hundreds of thousands of degrees, and everything on it is instantly vaporized to a fluffy plasma cloud that starts to expand, but not by much. Many of the atoms that may have been new get mixed into this cloud, while others boil off, escaping from the atmosphere. The golden plasma outshines the sun, while the enormous radiation
Oh, yeah.
lifts tons of material off into space.
This is how
Over
tons
the
of
coming
different
days,
kinds of
the plasma
elements are
cloud
made, right?
cools and eventually freezes into a shiny little golden ball.
Out of much smaller
Maybe
atoms.
This type of magic doesn't work. So if replacing
Thank God.
atoms made the Earth so overdense that it exploded, and disassembling and reassembling atoms made the Earth so underdense that it imploded, there must be a sweet spot where the Earth does neither. What if Midas's power is such that an object is suddenly replaced by an object with the same volume, made from solid gold? That magic is a little bit more magic and cuts a few extra corners, but let's see where this leads us. So,
Wouldn't that just make
Midas
gravity
stumbles
like
again.
20 times?
Even though our new pure gold Earth is not expanding or contracting, it's suddenly much more massive. The density of gold is 3.5 times greater than the Earth, meaning the Earth is going to get 3.5 times more massive. For starters, everyone now has to contend with surface gravity that is more than 3 times stronger. So if you're not a champion weightlifter who's used to carrying around a few times your body weight on your shoulders, you're probably going to be slammed to the ground by your own weight. Depending on where you were when Earth turned into gold, this alone could seriously hurt or even kill you. Trees and artificial structures collapse under stress they were never meant to sustain, while birds and planes
Oh,
and all
yeah.
things that were able to fly or float splash to the ground all around you. And you're not the only thing weighed down by the greater gravity. The weight of the atmosphere and also atmospheric pressure nearly quadruples, which is a bad thing if you like living. On its own, this won't kill you. Scuba divers can comfortably breathe air at these pressures for a while, but unfortunately squeezing the atmosphere this much raises its temperature to 150 degrees Celsius, which is like the insides of an oven. The entire Earth's surface bakes, roasting anything and everything. There is no escape. Gold may be a metal, but it's about 3
think
times
of that.
weaker than steel and also very malleable, which makes it very bad mountain material. The tallest mountains that can be supported are now only about 2 kilometers high, so whole ranges compress as their own weight basically crushes their base. It's hard to say what happens here.
So it's a big
We're
gold
probably in for
slide.
giant earthquakes and landslides as the planet is squeezed into a new shape. And it's not just mountain ranges. The differences between the continents and the ocean floor level out, causing the ocean basins to overflow, sending massive tidal waves over the Earth's surface. What remains is a planet made of gold, entirely covered by an ocean 3 kilometers deep, a super hot atmosphere, and a lot of dead people.
So that's the
Okay,
sweet spot.
There may be a lesson to take away here, but we're not sure what it is. We did all the maths though. It's in our sources document if you want to take a look. If you learned anything
Of course.
from this video, let us know what it was. So, as you might know, the things we sell in our shop are the reason we're able to publish videos for free. But it's way more than that for us. Here's
Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so this reminds me of that book. What if? Book. Yeah. This makes me think of this book where people pose just ridiculous scientific, not just ridiculous questions, and this person just goes through and like picks apart and comes at it from like a understanding physics and chemistry perspective about what would actually happen. There was one that was like, if you hit a baseball that's thrown at almost the speed of light, you hit with a baseball bat, what would happen? And I think it was like it would become essentially like a star right there just in between your baseball and the bat, and then everyone would die. So it's just ridiculous things that are neat, ridiculous to think about. Do you want to go out? Ooh. Okay. All right. That was nice. Okay, so let's pick another one at the next break. And let's get some work done between now and then. And I'll talk to you guys then. Yes? Hello? Yeah? You have anything to say? Yeah. What? Oh, goodness. Okay. Hello again. Time for another break. What am I studying now? I am studying applied ecology. The study of trying to mitigate human impact on the environment. Yeah. So, coming back and taking breaks from that every once in a while to watch cute internet videos helps keep my mood up when studying the subject. Let's see here. So, what should we watch? We could watch some more Daily Dose of Internet. There is a lot of that around. The thing is, I can't think of many things that are short that are good for reacting. Could spend time petting my old lady cat. Let's see here. Okay. Oh, no, wait. There were some Kurzgesagt videos that I wanted to look at that looked kind of interesting. What? I'm sorry. I'm not petting you enough. Okay. Let's check it out. Okay. Ooh, this one kind of looked interesting. Let's do this one.
In and out.
Let me... There we go.
In and out. Staying alive is about doing things. This very second, your cells are combusting glucose molecules with oxygen to make energy available, which keeps you alive for another precious moment. To get the oxygen to your cells, you're breathing. Breathing is an answer to a very hard problem. How do you get the resources that your cells need
Also,
to survive
circulatory system.
from the outside to the inside of your cells? Every
Blood.
living thing has to solve this problem, and the solution is surprisingly different depending on one of the most important regulators of life, size.
That's one of the reasons why I love comparative animal physiology and anatomy so much, is that it's, when you sit down and look at it, it's wild how many different answers, different branches of life have come up with for different problems. Like blood, for example. There's a big split way back in around the developmental time of jellyfish, where we as vertebrates separated from invertebrates. So everything that they have and we have evolved twice. So things like their blood evolved separately from us, which I think is super interesting. In that instance, they came to pretty much the same solution.
As we've discussed in other videos, at different scales, the physical laws of the universe have different consequences for its inhabitants. Simple things like temperature, microgravity, or surface tension might not matter to you or be a deadly danger, depending on how big you are. Living things need a lot of different materials to keep themselves going, and they somehow need to transport them from the outside to the inside. This was a huge problem for the first things on the verge of being alive, because doing anything in our universe requires energy. And the first living beings on Earth did not have the abundance of tools and techniques available that life has today after billions of years of evolution. So, at the very beginning, life needed to find a way to get good stuff inside and bad stuff outside of itself without using energy. Luckily, the very first forms of life were very, very small. And because they were so small, they were able to use a free form of transport that was based on a physical law called diffusion. Diffusion is the rule of the universe that molecules, especially in liquids or gases, are constantly moving around in all directions. And because they move around and bump into each other and other molecules, they tend to spread. For example, if you put a sugar cube into water, then there is a lot of sugar in one place, and in another place, there's none.
This is giving me flashbacks to like day one of Gen Chem 1 class, where you have to go through all of this. So glad that's done.
They will start randomly bumping against the water molecules and other sugar molecules. Slowly, all the sugar molecules will spread out and form multiple phases of different concentrations. These random movements continue endlessly until at some point the sugar will be spread evenly in the water. The great thing about diffusion is that life can use it for free. It doesn't require energy. And life loves free things. So all life on Earth relies on diffusion. Let's look at the smallest living being on Earth, a bacterium. Specifically, its surfaces. Cell membranes allow for diffusion of certain molecules. This specific bacterium consumes oxygen to live, while carbon dioxide is produced inside as a waste product. So inside the bacterium, there isn't a lot of oxygen, but a lot of carbon dioxide. Because of diffusion, these molecules will eventually spread evenly, so the carbon dioxide diffuses out, while oxygen is constantly replenished from the outside.
So is this a mitochondria? Like the ancestor of mitochondria? I don't understand. This is a lot more technical than I thought it would be. I thought it'd be a lot more cute.
This kind of breathing only works for the very small world, for bacteria, amoeba or your cells, and a few very small animals. Insects, for example, have a fine network of trachea, tunnels with a pressure gradient where air very slowly can diffuse in and exchange gases with the insect cells. But even insects seem to be able to contract their trachea, and at least some even have specialized breathing organs like spiracles and air sacs. At certain scales,
that's wild.
is just too slow to keep cells alive. The fundamental problem is that the exchange with the environment can only happen at the surface, and diffusion of materials can only sustain a certain amount of inside. Tiny living things have only a little bit of inside, or volume, and a lot of outside, or surface area. But what if we wanted to create a bacteria the size of a blue whale and had a very convenient enlargement machine? We would sadly be messed up by the square cube law. In a nutshell, it means that if you make something 10 times larger, its outside or surface would grow by 100, but its insides or volume grows by 1,000 times. If we compare the bacterium Pseudomonas aeruginosa with a blue whale, we see that the bacterium has 10 million times more surface in relation to its volume than the whale. The bacterium has a lot of outsides, while the whale has a lot of insides.
Okay. This is essentially just like day one of my cell biology class, and I feel like this feels less like a break and more just like returning to college. So let's find a different one. Let's do this one. What if we'd nuke the moon?
If we were to detonate a very, very powerful nuclear weapon on the moon?
As
Would
we
the
do.
explosion knock its orbit towards Earth, causing tidal waves and misery? Could the moon be destroyed, showering the Earth in a rain of meteoric death? During the Cold War, the moon was a major target for space exploration and, military bases. So, the US Air Force commissioned a serious study into the effects of a nuclear detonation on the surface of the moon. But just quoting stuff is boring, so let's conduct a very important scientific experiment with an imaginary 100 megaton thermonuclear warhead about twice as powerful as the most powerful bomb ever detonated. We'll also place a number of curious astronauts around the moon as observers. Let's push the button and slow down time. For the first few milliseconds, nothing much happens outside our weapon. Meanwhile, inside, high explosives send a shockwave to a radioactive metal core, compressing it so much that it reaches criticality and starts a nuclear fission chain reaction. The 100 million degree plasma created in this first stage sets off the second stage with atomic nuclei fusing like they do in the core of a star. Very briefly, our weapon contains one of the hottest places in the universe. And only now, barely 10 milliseconds later, does the rest of the universe find out that anything has happened, as suddenly the bomb dissolves and a flaming star of nuclear death is born. So far, so good. But everything that happens now is very different from what we're used to on Earth because of one major difference. There's no atmosphere. As the fireball shines, it releases a flash of X-rays and thermal photons, a wave of silent heat which rushes outwards in all directions. On Earth, this heat would char and burn everything within a 50-kilometer radius at least. But on the moon, without an atmosphere and oxygen-rich
You just
air,
get radiation.
there's no burning at all. Also, there are no things to burn. The crunchy topsoil of the moon is made from silicate rock and metals chewed to dust by eons of meteorite impacts mixed with tiny traces of water. When heated by the explosion, X-rays from the fireball vaporize a thin cloud of rock from the lunar surface, while the unlucky dust that's inside the fireball melts into glass. Any astronauts watching the show within about 50 kilometers can expect to be fried. And now we begin to see one of the biggest differences between
50 kilometers?
space
I mean, that
and
makes
Earth.
sense.
On Earth, the atmosphere fights back against the plasma bubble. Its expansion is violently stopped within moments by the pressure of the atmosphere. But this is not good news. As the fireball rams the atmosphere, it produces the most destructive part of a nuclear explosion on Earth, the shock wave. Compressed air around the explosion rushes out faster than the speed of sound, shattering buildings and roaring so loud it ruptures organs. But on the moon there is no shockwave. No atmosphere means nothing to impede the expanding explosion in space. On the moon, the fireball just grows in eerie silence as there's no atmosphere to stop it or to give it a voice. This would be an amazing thing to watch from a safe distance.
Yeah. I wonder how long it would take to dissipate.
There's hardly any safe viewing distance for a nuclear explosion on the moon. Without an atmosphere weakening the deadly ionizing radiation that can scramble DNA, anyone close enough to get a good look will be exposed to fatal amounts of radiation. But of course, that's not all. While all of this happens, the explosion hammers against the moon, transferring about a tenth of the explosion energy into seismic waves, powering an intense moonquake. The moon is much smaller than the Earth, and our astronauts will feel an inescapable violent shaking no matter where they're standing. Comparable to an earthquake of 7 on the Richter scale, this shaking could seriously damage or even level infrastructure we might have built anywhere on the moon.
Cool.
Those who hit on the far side of the moon
I guess that's
would
the
have
point.
no idea it was an explosion. The quaking would feel like an asteroid the size of the Great Pyramid had struck. And it's not over yet. Where our bomb explodes, the ground splatters like water when a rock strikes a pond. As the explosion pushes against the surface, it may excavate as much as 100 million cubic meters of dust and rock, forming a crater 1 kilometer across, while bedrock is pulverized to rubble. Debris is shot into the sky in every direction. Again, without an atmosphere, there's no drag to slow anything
This is so
down.
pretty.
Much of the debris scattered never returns to the moon, flying off faster than escape velocity.
Oh, would it get
flurry of
rings?
Micrometeorites have been cast off to explore the solar system, many of which will rain down on the Earth, though few will be larger than pebbles. Any satellite, astronaut, or space station in the way, though, will have a really bad time.
If those came down,
are launched at many speeds and
that'd be
angles,
dangerous.
allowing them to spread all over the surface of the moon. Like bullets, they'll punch through our curious astronauts no matter where they stand. Finally, our explosion comes to an end. On Earth, the fireball rises like a hot air balloon, forming a sort of stalk. As it reaches up, cooler air is drawn in around it, rounding the top into a mushroom cloud. But on the moon, well, you know by now, no atmosphere, no mushroom. The larger the plasma gets, the cooler it becomes, and the less energy it has to make interesting or terrifying things happen.
Just become more red?
Of
Yeah.
the trigger, the bubble reddens and fades from view. It would be visible from the Earth like a star flickering to life, only to fade out right away. A spark, and then nothing. As the cloud of tiny debris reaches far above the surface of the moon, it's illuminated by the sun for a few minutes, giving it an eerie beauty for anyone left to observe the spectacle. What about the moon's orbit?
Little
It's
tears.
basically unchanged. Trying to move
Yeah.
the moon with a nuke is like trying to move a truck by blowing on it. Nuclear explosions may be big, but space is bigger.
Yeah, you'd
Our
be
mighty
fighting
explosion
Earth's
just
gravity,
leaves
not
another
just
crater,
the moon's gravity.
one among millions. Still, anyone on the moon will continue to not enjoy themselves. The material that ends up raining back to the moon is radioactive, and without any natural processes to wash it away or bury it, the surface of the moon will remain contaminated. Although fortunately, the worst of the radiation will have decayed to a level comparable to natural levels from cosmic rays in about a year. In
Oh, that's not
conclusion,
terrible.
We can say with confidence that while the moon itself does not care about being nuked, and will barely notice, using the moon as a nuclear test ground kind of ruins it for everyone
Oh.
trying to spend some time there or to build something useful. So maybe we should just not do that.
Leave it alone, yeah.
This was our last video of the year 12,020, and oh dear, what an interesting and weird year it's been in all the worst ways. But it's finally over. We want to end it by saying thank you. We get to do this channel and work on many exciting things because of you burbs. This year, our German channel
Blah, 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 blah. Cute. I like that one. Yeah, I hadn't thought about militaries using it as a nuclear testing ground. That makes sense that they would explore that idea. And nothing's off the table with the military. Okay. Well, that I actually enjoyed very much. So, let me put some more time on the clock. I liked roughly 30 minutes. Okay. And we'll check out another video at the next break. All right, all. It is that time again. Time for another break, a little video break. Yeah, it's one of the reasons why I need to take breaks every now and then and watch a nice video. Yeah, it's very much needed in these times. Try and right our wrongs. Let's see. Oh, that's cool. Are you looking to use it in any particular context, or like would you make videos about drawing, or would you draw, I don't know, logos for companies, or like this, like animations like this or something? Let's see. Climate doom. Sometimes it's a little hard to get away from the subject matter, especially with this channel. Let's see. Ooh, this looks cool. Oh no, wait. I love this. The stuff at the bottom of the ocean. I don't understand why people are so fascinated with aliens when the shit that's at the bottom of the ocean is so wild. It's so cool. Something like that. I'm also interested in making animation for TV shows and video games as well. Perfect. That's awesome. Yeah, that'll probably be some pretty good money. Let's see here. I would actually really want to watch this video. Let's see what's at the bottom of the ocean.
The world feels boring. We've visited all the remote islands, conquered the Arctic, and penetrated the deepest jungles. But there is still one place to explore. It's a wet and deadly desert inhabited by mysterious creatures living in total darkness. The deep sea. Let's dive down.
Yes, let's. This is like one of my favorite environments, or I guess it wouldn't be called a biome, but
it's hard to believe that less than 2% of all biomass on Earth lives here. And of that small percentage,
wait, what?
By scale of the Earth's. When we look at the sheer scale of the Earth's oceans, it's hard to believe that less than 2% of all biomass on Earth lives here. And of that small percentage, around 90% is located close to the surface in the first 200 meters. This is where we begin our journey.
Is that true?
Here, light can still penetrate the water, which allows photosynthesis to occur. Phytoplankton, trillions and trillions of single-celled algae and bacteria make up the foundation of the ocean's ecosystem, and they're consumed by bigger plankton who are consumed by other species.
Yeah.
The seafloor at this depth is akin to the Amazon rainforest and is often covered with coral reefs, algae and other sea plants that are home to a plethora of sea animals. So far, we've focused most of our attention on this comparatively pleasant environment where we fish, swim, pollute, and do science. So, let's dive deeper. familiar coastal waters into deeper, more remote waters, we eventually reach the edge of the continental shelf, where we're confronted with the continental slope, the long descent down to the deep sea. With every additional meter of water, light fades drastically, which means there are basically no more plants, and the seemingly steep continental slope begins to remind us of the surface of the moon. Looking out, we're faced by what seems to be endless open water. Let's leave the slope behind us and enter what's known as the Twilight Zone, the portal to the deep sea. As we sink down further, the water pressure rises to deadly levels. The deepest scuba dive ever.
Deadly for you.
332 meters. At that depth, the pressure is like having 200 cars stacked on top of you.
200?
Yet we've only completed 3% of our journey. While this region seems pretty grim, many fish and other animals actually spend at least half their lives down here.
What?
During the day, it's a good place to rest and recover, hidden from predators in the vast, dark waters. At night, they can travel more safely into shallower zones to feed in the food-rich surface waters.
Wait, fish sleep? Huh?
Of their lives down here. During the day, it's a good place to rest and recover, hidden from predators in the vast, dark waters.
Okay.
At night, they can travel more safely
So,
into shallower zones
the
to
equivalent
feed
of
in the
sleeping, I guess.
surface waters. In
Functionally,
this
it's sleeping.
transition between twilight and darkness, light becomes a powerful tool. Over 90% of the species indigenous to this deep environment use bioluminescence chemicals to create light. They do so as camouflage against the very faint sunlight, to send signals to potential mates, or to confuse and scare attackers. Or they use light to hunt. Another tool for survival in the dark is
These
teamwork.
guys are
At around
weird.
700 meters, we encounter a colony of siphonophores.
Yeah.
They can be up to 50 meters in length, but are
Okay, I was thinking of
only
something
a
else,
stick.
but
To attract prey, a colony creates a tragically beautiful bright blue or red light and deploys a curtain of tentacles filled with toxic needles that kill anything that comes too close. Most species living down here have to rely on an unlikely
they
resource,
challenge our idea of like
snow.
what is an organism.
Flaky stuff
'Cause it is just a
constantly
colony of
sinks
different
from the
ones.
surface to the bottom of the ocean. It consists of dead plant or animal parts,
Mm-hmm.
fecal matter, shells, sand, or dust. Even though this doesn't sound very tasty, without this crucial resource, life in the deep sea would starve. It's in this area that the most fascinating battles between two unlikely enemies could happen. Sperm whales hunt and attack giant squid the size of a house. While the squid fight back ferociously, they probably don't stand a chance,
Yeah.
but they do leave permanent marks on their killer's skin. As
They're
we
too
reach
squishy.
1,000 meters, deeper than the tallest structure built by humans, we need to be careful. This is the
Oh,
moon
now.
zone,
Now we have
a
to be
place
careful.
Of utter darkness. A barely explored wet wasteland consisting of nothing but endless black open water. At these depths, it's harder for a human to take a swim than to take a walk in space. Finding food down here is really hard.
how do you compare the two? It's harder to walk down there than it is to walk in space. Huh. I'm not sure what that means.
Take a walk in space. Finding food down here is really hard, so life had to adapt and become extremely energy efficient. Like the 30-centimeter long vampire squid that floats through the water without motion, with long and slender catching arms extended. They're covered in tiny, stiff hairs which brush food from the water. This
Oh, they're
saves
like
a lot
filter
of energy
feeders?
compared to actively catching food. For carnivorous fish, it's much harder to find food since living prey is quite rare down here. So the hunters have to get a perfect grip on their victim on first strike, otherwise it will escape into the dark. Many deep-sea predators have several sets of long and deadly teeth. Like the viperfish, which uses its long fangs to trap even large prey and swallow
Awesome.
it whole. or the frilled shark with its impressive set of 300 teeth, which are curved backwards to hook their victims in their mouths.
Oh, is that why they look so strange when they're moving around? They like do like it's like a rocking back and forth that just looks kind of like they're dead and being pushed around. It would make sense if it's an adaptation for being so far down here in the ocean. If like you're trying to use as little energy as possible. So you'd kind of look like you're dead if you're trying to not use any energy. That makes sense.
We sink further, below the 3,800 mark, as deep as the grave of the Titanic. We are now at abyssal depths.
This is where it gets
Life
cool.
happens in slow motion. Preserving every last bit of energy is crucial for survival. Everything down here hovers motionless or swims in a slow, elegant fashion. The only time the animals living in this zone move fast is when they have to escape danger. Like the Dumbo octopod paddling with its ear-like fins, or the grenadier's fish with its slow, eel-like tail beats. At 4,000 meters, we finally
The
reach
Dumbo
ground
are so
level,
cute.
the abyssal plain. It's covered in grey mud and rocks, dusted with the remains of marine snow, which is consumed by animals like sea cucumbers, shrimp, sea urchins, and sea worms.
These probably guys
In
have
some regions of
the
seafloor,
best idea.
Small, dark mineral deposits can be seen.
Just be
These
where all the
are
food
manganese
falls.
Nodules. Deep sea corals and in some regions of the seafloor, small dark mineral deposits can be seen. These are manganese nodules. Deep sea corals and sponges use them to anchor themselves on the bottom of the sea.
Never heard
Though
that
life
before.
is sparse on the deep seafloor, even down here there are oases. In the rift valleys,
Oh, yeah.
tectonic plates are splitting apart, magma heats up seawater and creates dark jets of water and minerals as hot as 400
Vents.
degrees Celsius that form elaborate chimneys and towers. Extremophile bacteria use the minerals to create organic substances that are the basis for unique ecosystems. As we descend further, we reach the deepest point of the abyss.
I never understand how there's similar species on each one of those, where they're so focused and adapted for just being at the vent. How do you disperse and go from one vent to another? Would you die?
Abyssal plain at 6,000 meters. For most of the seafloor, this is as deep as it gets. But if we want to get to the deepest point of the oceans, we're actually only halfway there. Let's enter the Hadal Zone, the underworld of the sea.
The Hadal? I've never heard that before.
Consists of long, narrow trenches that only make up around 0.25% of the oceans and are among the most extreme environments on Earth. Only extremophiles exist down here, like the ethereal snailfish that holds the record for the deepest living fish ever seen at around 8,000 meters. We see spiky and sharp black rocks rush by as we sink down to more than 10,000. Until we reach the final slope, a trench inside the larger Mariana Trench with gently sloping sides that enframe a valley about 1.6 kilometers wide. This is
Rainier
it,
Valley?
the deepest
Okay.
point, the Challenger Deep, 11,000 meters below the surface. The water pressure here is 1,086 bar. Taking a swim here is like having to balance 1,800 elephants on top of you. But even here, life has found a way to thrive. Next to sea cucumbers, white and light pink amphipods wiggle their way through the water.
Yeah, it is
Their
crazy.
size is astounding. While their shallow water cousins are merely a few centimeters long, the deep sea version can reach up to 30 centimeters. And there are other things floating elegantly through the water. Plastic bags that were found by scientists in 2018.
No fucking way.
The remotest place on Earth is not safe from human influence. There's nothing left to do now, and our oxygen is running out, so we begin our ascent.
Can't get too pessimistic about it.
After hours of traveling through dark nothingness, we finally see a glimpse of light. we arrive back at a calm surface. The oceans are so deep. There is so much of them. We owe it to ourselves and to our descendants to preserve them as well as we can. There are still so many wondrous things left to be discovered.
There are. It's true.
So, you're
The first thing that popped into my mind when he said the ocean is so deep, wasn't there like a subreddit back in the day that was called like I'm 13 and this is deep, where kids say things that are like really edgy. That's all I could think of. Like, the sea is so edgy. It's like a 13-year-old. Okay, I want to see. Okay, so there's this submarine channel. What is this? Nautilus Live. That has some really, really good videos of their explorations in these sorts of areas. Some of them are great. They really should. Like, are you this deep? And they'll be like, that's not what I meant. Got him. Let's see here. Oh, this guy was super cute too. Where's the one with the huge gulping mouth fish? Hello, how are you? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, this one, yes.
Oh yeah, there's something dark over to the left-hand side, sort of in the center. It's moving along there.
This thing here.
Can we take a look at that?
What is that?
Come on.
Wow.
Looks like a Muppet.
What are you?
What is
It's
that?
like a,
Hello. We're looking at cool fish.
Oh, it's a
It's
fish.
defensive.
It's in the water column, isn't
That's
that
a
what it is?
fish?
What?
I don't know.
What? Wow.
It looks like to me.
Is it engorged or is it like that?
This is so cool.
Yeah.
Touch
Is
it.
it just?
Touch it.
God.
There's little eyes right there.
Oh my god.
And this is jaw.
I think he ate too much.
Yeah.
He's full.
Wow.
Wow.
We really ticked him off.
Now that,
Uh-oh.
what?
Although that's like the gill. are
So
they?
fucking cool.
What is
Whoa. It just got so big.
It's like wiggling his jaws, his like jowls all around. Yeah.
Blow up so I can show him how big I am.
Incredible.
it? Wow.
Yep, he's doing the shake.
What's a
I love that video.
Yeah.
So, yeah. That is crazy.
That was awesome.
That was awesome. What a way to end the watch, right?
Yeah,
Bye.
it's amazing.
I really like this channel. I'm doing well. I'm a little tired, I think, because I'm on the other side of getting a little sick. But gonna push through this. Let's see. Where's the other one? This one. This one's a really cute one. I think this one's a Dumbo octopus too.
I always.
Well, what does that mean to our
So
viewers?
the force feedback, it gives us a 40-pound to 1 ratio of.
Can I just step in for
yes.
just one moment? This is almost like a pose picture. We have a jellyfish, Dumbo, a
Flatfish.
flatfish, and a shark, all like in the screen at the same time. Sorry, back to you.
And another guy came in just to.
Oh yeah, he's jealous.
That's a rocket one.
We got another flatfish that came in
He's
too.
trying to
Okay,
sneak in.
let's see.
Do we want one more zoom on the Dumbo before we take
Oh,
Yes, okay, there we go.
Might as well, right?
Might as well.
Like you
We're
could just
here.
see the
Yeah.
texture of this thing. And it's just tiny
Oh,
size.
that's awesome.
It's so
You can extend out.
freaking cute.
You extend out.
You can see his little sucker.
And he's probably doing all this because the lights are really bright, but it's still really cute.
Their mouth is really cool.
Oh,
And their relative squid. Nautilus fall into their classification. I mean, not us as the
Cephalopods.
ship, but
Cephalopods.
Did you know that the
He's so cute.
brain is wrapped around the esophagus?
what?
Oh, that's wicked
That's
rad.
so weird.
So they can think
That's
they're
true.
down.
Or the other way around. Hold on,
Esophagus.
now I'm getting confused.
Yeah.
The brain
They
is in
eat
their
something too
esophagus.
big.
Yeah, the brain,
Oh.
the brain is wrapped around the esophagus, so they shouldn't be swallowing anything too big or they'll explode their brain.
Oh.
Look at him.
Dust in my eyes.
Wrapping it up.
Bright light. Bright
He's
light.
so
What scientists
so
do.
cute,
Sorry.
and he just like
When we're
looks so
really excited.
gooey.
The ink.
Totally normal. No, we don't ink.
All right.
All right, let's take off and let this guy go back to his dark world.
Okay, little fella. Fly, be free. But just
Oh, yep.
Cute as heck. I love it. Mm. All right. That was, I think, a good couple of videos to watch. Now I'm going to get back to work and try to get some of this stuff done before the night is over. So let's see here. Okay. Okay, and I will talk to you guys at the next break. Okay, so it's that time again. Time for a break. Oh, okay, let's see. What do we want to watch for this break? I'm still thinking about those super deep sea fish and little creatures that we were looking at last break. Are you sleepy? Yeah. She has a lot to say. But I wanted to show you guys this one because it's so freaking cute.
He has weird eyes.
Is that a cuttlefish? Or is it a cuttlefish?
Get close, get close. Like the angle we are seeing it. No, don't change the angle, please.
Maybe the
His
legs
eyes,
are folded
maybe he's
onto
got
it.
weird
I think
eyes.
It's a cuttlefish.
I don't know. It's an octopus.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like
It
the
is,
body
isn't it?
looks like a cephalopod. It is totally an octopus.
Cuttlefish and octopus are related,
Okay, just
so...
Maybe he's got
stick
eyebrows.
down and then
Oh man, look at
Yeah,
him.
he's totally a cuttlefish.
This is a different guy.
Look at all of his tentacles.
Look
are
at him.
It's like Davy Jones.
He looks like googly eyes.
He looks like they painted off.
Yeah.
It looks so fake.
So some other aerobic team just came before and just left it here.
It's like some little kid dropped their toy.
It really does look like that.
Oh,
He's awesome, though.
he is awesome.
that's a good focus right there.
Seriously,
Great
listen to
focus,
his eyes.
Justin.
It's freaking me out.
I want to see him move.
Octopus have such weird textures on their bodies.
Flashlights.
Oh my gosh.
Maybe he'll change color.
It's funny that even scientists sometimes behave like kids at a zoo. And they're just like, yes? Yeah? You want to come hang out? Come here. Where they're just like, do something. Come on. Do something.
He's all veiny. You can see how, like,
Yeah.
reactive he is with all
I
his
think this is a good spot to end our watch. Just stay here until.
Just stay here?
Well, I don't know if the ship will.
The
ship's still moving. The ship is still moving. So.
He's cool, Mr. Cuttlefish. I want to see him swim.
Yeah, me too.
I don't know if he does swim.
So we're sure it's a cuttlefish.
That's why you need, like, a horn on
Or an
Hercules. So you
octopus.
can,
Cuttlefish.
Cuttlefish.
Cool.
they're both cephalopods.
It's a cuttlefish.
He's a cuttlefish.
Bye.
Bye, little guy.
I mean, we can.
Aw, he never moves.
But I just was gonna slide into him.
Nice.
Got a cuttlefish.
Alright.
So cute.
I turned around, so.
Oh,
He
okay,
is
so we
so.
do.
That's awesome.
That was
Found
Weird
it.
looking.
Cute. Okay. Okay. Ocean stuff. Let's see. Oh. This one seems like it'd be cute.
Hello. You can see it. One of those stalks with the.
It's so fucking cute.
Nice, Roderick.
And these guys live really, really deep in the ocean.
Oh.
Where their whole, like, strategy is to use as little energy as possible. Which is why he doesn't use jets. He just uses his little ear flaps. Look at him. He's like all pupil.
The lounge is capitalizing on the fact that they're not on SPO. Giving us comments.
I like it when you
Yeah.
swim.
Is that an octopus or is that a squid? It's an octopus.
It's an octopus. Once we get them in the shot, they're terrified to do anything.
He's scared.
No.
His skin even looks like the skin of an elephant.
Yeah.
It's really cool.
It does.
That's an interesting observation. Yeah. That was from a viewer, not me.
Okay, is that all? Yeah, that's all. This one's really long, but I'm sure there's some great stuff in it. How long is this one? Do you guys want to look at more octopus stuff, or let me think. What else do we normally watch? We were watching some Kurzgesagt. I don't know how to pronounce it. And a little bit of Daily Dose of Internet. And if you guys have more ideas of cool stuff to react to, I'm super open. Crazy looking creatures? Yes. Okay, is anyone here that saw it earlier? Doesn't seem like it, so I have full reason to show it again. Ha ha ha. It's like one of my favorite videos. Why don't I just mute this? What am I doing? Okay. So this is a fish. It'll, yeah, just watch, yeah. It speaks for itself.
Inside, sort of in the center. It's moving along there.
Over there.
Can we take a look at that?
What is that?
Oh, wow.
Looks like a Muppet.
Make sure the quality's nice and good. Okay.
Are you?
What is
It's
that?
like a, huh.
Oh, it's a
It's
fish.
defensive.
It's in the water column, isn't
That's
it?
a fish?
What?
What?
Wow.
It looks like to me.
Is it engorged or is it like that?
Is it mad?
Yeah.
Just
Look. Oh, my God.
Look at that.
So
Wow.
those are its little eyes.
Oh my God.
It's got like googly eyes.
I think.
And there's its mouth.
Wow.
Wow.
We really ticked him off.
Now that,
Oh, he's
oh,
on
wow.
defense.
What?
Are those like the gill arches? The gill?
Yeah, and then he just starts shaking his
It just got so big.
like neck jowls around.
it's all bladder.
Oh my God.
That's his defense. Like, let
Oh,
me blow
yeah.
up so I can show him how big I am.
Incredible.
Wow.
Yep, he's doing the shake.
What's a
Oh my god.
It's so cool.
Yes.
So, yeah.
It's so wild. Look at how long his jawline is. He's got quite the jaw. He's got quite the Chad jawline. For sure. That was a gulper eel. Which makes sense why they would name it that. That's one of my favorite videos. Let's see. Yeah, it really has come a long way. I really like this channel. They have some of the they look at some of the coolest stuff. They're like their job is every marine biologist's dream. Is to just like, I'm pretty sure they're all piloting the submarine remotely. Because it seems kind of small when they show them putting it in. I'll just have one of these playing. But like doing that remotely and then just like
what is that?
driving it around the ocean and just be like, what's that? That's cool. Here's some cool facts about it.
You want to turn on the lasers?
Look like eyes on a ghost.
And they use those to measure stuff.
Are you dimmables all the way up?
I think they're supposed to be like, no matter what distance, they're always 10 centimeters apart.
It's deep staria jelly.
You think that's a deep staria animatica?
Oh.
Okay. Thank you, Lee. This is great, Greg. Really
Nerds just flexing their cool facts.
It's engulfing. It's gonna eat her. It's coming.
Is it like unfolding?
good lens, huh?
Wow.
Great job. Yeah.
The jelly.
Wow.
Sorry about your dome, Brennan.
So usually they look like this, right? They're all kind of morphed out. We got to see this guy draped out.
Wow.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Wow. Yeah, that's a little.
Whoa.
That's okay.
Whoa, look at the inside.
You really nailed it, guys.
Oh my gosh.
Nice work, Aaron.
Yeah.
This is definitely a highlight.
Yeah, no bioluminescence.
Yeah.
That's so freaking cool. Holy moly.
So, Brennan, do you think we would have
It's like the most majestic
Oh, I mean, he didn't.
trash bag
We're brightening, and it doesn't seem to
I've ever seen in the ocean.
We could hit it with the big lights and see if it does anything different. I think that's a great thing to close this off with.
Oh my god.
Look at that. It's so cool.
The most relaxing thing to watch.
I know, right? Just want to have this like as my screensaver.
Yeah, it's so relaxing and yet still like unnerving because of this like mouth thing.
Wow.
Very cool. That's awesome.
Okay.
Hard to leave that one behind.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do. And then, you know what? Let's watch some of this, because it's very long. But this is just like all their cool shit that they've seen. Oh, wait. Oh, we could just watch this. I love when they upload this, too. Just like, we saw something cool. We have no idea what it is, but it's mysterious, so look at it. This mysterious purple orb. They never named what it is. Yeah, I don't know. 'Cause, I think they're the last, branch of animals that's still around from before mussels developed. Like that kind of tissue ever existed. So they're essentially just like skin tissue, and there's like some contractile tissue in there, and like a net of nerves. Not a whole lot, just like a little bit of a net of nerves so they can wiggle around. But because we mostly eat mussels, so I don't know if it would be any good. I feel like it'd just be like eating a big pile of skin. That's
Okay, guys, hold.
Not appetizing.
We're gonna go crab chasing, and I think this is a worthy zoom while you get set up.
Yeah.
He is awesome.
That is a beautiful jelly.
Want me to zoom? Oh.
Bridge,
Hold
let me
on,
please
let
hold
me get
position.
closer to him.
Sure, want to know if he glows, but I'll keep going.
Stuff is so pretty.
Look at that thing. He's
This is why we
reflecting
need
the
to save the earth.
dark on
Because I like to look at it.
Looks like a firework.
Look at that. It looks like the crazy. Cool. It is. That was so beautiful. It was like a firework display inside of a tiny UFO that also was shaped like a donut. Life comes up with such like weird solutions to problems. There's just the weird forms, weird anatomy, and it all just looks so cool. Okay. Yeah. Ugh. I feel about these kinds of things the way some people feel about UFOs. Like, it's so mysterious. What is it? You could consider, oh my gosh. You could consider this a UFO. It could be considered an unidentified floating object.
Little clams there.
Purple blob on the left.
They're the purple.
Oh yeah, right there.
Purple blob.
Blob is purplish.
Teeny tiny mama octopus.
Yeah, coming
I'm crossing
in.
my fingers for it.
It has the. It does
Oh,
the,
what is that?
I actually have
Hold
no
on.
I don't know
idea.
what that is. Could that be a salp or a
or type of a tunicate. I'm just thinking of the planktonic kind that are sort of lumpy and thick like that.
I'm stumped.
Yeah.
I have no idea. I can't even hazard a guess to Phyla.
Purple.
Are we okay to get it? How's the shape?
How would you define it? Purple.
I think we just...
Are we going to grab it?
Yeah.
Okay. Bridge, Nav. Can we move
the backbencher.
5 meters south and hold position?
Unless the crab gets it first.
Oh.
We might be in an all-out battle here right now.
Alright, zoom in again.
Oh.
No.
That was like tough.
What if it's an egg sac of some sort?
It could be. I mean,
Okay, I guess it's not floating, but still.
Maybe it's a spider.
It's close enough.
Let's leave it then. We don't want to mess with spider eggs.
Maybe he's. I mean.
They have them on their underbelly and their abdomen.
Yep.
They carry them around.
Yeah.
So how do we get it, Lee?
Suction.
Suction?
Look at all that marine snow, too.
Hesitation in my voice there. Did you hear?
It looks like actual snow.
Slurp.
Is it small enough to slurp, or do we need to put it in a bio box?
Lasers. I think it should be.
Cute. Okay, and then I think the rest of this is just like the logistics of trying to grab it and measure it.
Before I try on suction, we'll see if it fits.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's squishy. Might be squishy.
Keep 'em
And then they try to grab it.
Yeah.
Let's see.
God, that looks so clumsy. Ugh. Oh, they got it. Is that duct tape? I swear to God, if that's duct tape on their like almost like a not abyssal plane, but like the Twilight Zone freaking submarine, that would be hilarious. Oh, you're gonna go, well, have a good night and take care.
Oh, wait for it, wait for it.
We're waiting.
Did they show up inside the...
Sediment.
Yes.
Okay.
Wow.
What is it?
Oh, look, it's flat on the bottom.
What is it?
Oh, come on.
I reckon that's some kind of Nidarian. Do you think?
Yeah.
It looks.
Wow, it was
No.
that easy to ID? Come on.
No. Let's see.
That's still living.
Zoom out.
Wait, are they inside the... Are they inside? I don't know. Okay. I gotta get one more assignment done before I can go to sleep. So, I'm gonna do one more study period, and then we'll take another break, and then I'll have to call it a night. So, with that being said, yes, whenever you're around, you keep me from forgetting to start the timer, which maybe I wouldn't be able to do without you. Who knows? Okay. There it is. I have not heard that saying before. You're never rich for Home Depot. You're never too rich for Home Depot. Huh. Okay. All right. Let's get back to work. Okay, it is that time again. Time for a break. Just we have a couple of friends that are healthy people, and I always hear about it. That why I drink milk in my closet, I do the deed alone. What? Hey. Yeah, honestly, there's a lot of conflicting research or results on research done on whether or not milk is actually bad for you or if it has any benefits to you. The biggest ones that I've read were probably studies with the largest amount of people in them that I've ever seen. And my suspicion, but there are a lot of ones that say that milk is good for you, but I'm very suspect of those. Because while big dairy sounds super stupid, and it just sounds really dumb, it's a thing. But yeah, honestly, even if it's, for me, even if it's just, you know, not really beneficial in any way, which I think it is, I don't think it, I'm unclear on whether or not it's actually bad for you, but it's just, I'll just eat what the cow's supposed to eat. I'll just take that. Save the farmers the trouble. Okay. Do. Let us see what we should watch. I almost said, let us see what we should eat. It'd be good when it's raw, then it loses its benefits when we start adding chemicals. I've heard that too. I've also heard that straight dairy, just like milk or really anything that hasn't been fermented into like butter or yogurt or cheese. Yes. Indeed, it is great and essential to a healthy lifestyle. You should have 3 glasses of it every day and put it in your cereal always. I've heard that really the only benefits that you could get from consuming dairy is when you consume the stuff that's fermented, so like yogurt, kefir, butter. There's other stuff I'm missing, I know it. But stuff where the bacteria is already broken down some of the sugars that's supposed to be irritating to your body and encourage like a calf to grow. So if you got the bacteria that breaking that down, then it's less bad for you. I think. I don't know. Man, there's so many things that I really feel like we would know so much more about them if there wasn't so much money behind keeping everyone thinking a certain way. I really don't know the answer. It could be actually pretty good for you, but hopefully we'll know someday. Oh, I want to watch some of this.
Oh, that's so awesome.
Okay. Okay. Shh. Chill hop. Shush. Okay. Here we go.
Oh, Hades. One sec.
Superb.
We can.
That's
Yeah,
better.
she's
Oh, that's beautiful.
not in the van. I'll ask her later.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing.
This is the 2019.
We did not find this whale fall on Porpoise.
While we're at this end, could we zoom in on the baleen a little bit while we're at this end?
Thank you for your clever
Oh, you're
joke.
still shaking off. Okay, never mind.
So we're approaching from the tail. That would be the peduncle. So right where the pinch point.
Did she say it was called the peduncle? I love that. That really truly sounds so made up and so cute.
Thank you for your clever
Oh, you're
joke.
still shaking off. Okay, never mind.
Right, so we're approaching from the tail. That would be the peduncle. So right where the pinch point is that goes out to the fluke.
That was a male we just passed on the tail.
I've never heard.
See these vertebrae coming up.
You see all this like algae, I think.
Ribs as we come up, and then
Yeah.
upwards to the jaw and where we saw the baleen. Covered in scavengers. It's a happy day to be an octopus.
Oh, they're gonna fight.
4 to 5 meters long.
Look
There's the
at
ribs.
look at the cartilage.
Between the vertebrae?
Yeah.
Were you looking?
Yep.
Oh, right there.
That's
Do you
a
guys-
nice place to rest.
Do you guys want lasers on for all these shots, or
Oh, you know, let's take the lasers off.
I can get that for you, Mike?
Yeah, thanks.
So, you know, you just had a big meal. It's like post-Thanksgiving,
Yeah,
right? You
yeah.
just, gotta sit on the sofa for a while.
Oh my god, all of them.
They're all their attention is in digestion, right?
I wonder if that's like tiny worms or something. Something that's not algae.
Forward to back, yeah.
So this looks like maybe a 4 to 5 meter whale.
Yeah, yeah.
That's not
Yeah, it is still soft tissue.
huge. Oh, it's probably a calf.
All right.
Oh.
Well, people watching, we'll definitely come back here if we're swinging a little too far and spend some time here. This is definitely worth it.
Yeah, mark the target.
I wonder if this is some of
we'll
those
go
octopus
past it and
last
come
meal
back.
before they make their way over.
Ah, that's a good point.
Well, we should get the sexes up.
We'll come back. Don't worry.
Bye.
There's fat at the tail.
Bye. That's so cute.
Chromatophores. So those dark spots are those cells that will change shape and give it the appearance that it's changing color.
I think he's gonna look right at us.
Wow. Yeah, it kind of looks like it has a nose and eyes, right? And hair.
Yeah. Okay. So is that its mouth?
Reindeer head. And lipstick.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Looks like
Weird.
a weird reindeer.
It looks like Rudolph. He's got his antlers. He's got his little red nose. He's got his big doe eyes, I guess. Yeah.
Those eyeballs are weird.
This is super nice footage.
Oh. Oh, he was probably filter feeding. That's probably what he was doing.
Looks like a drained feature, isn't it?
Wow, look, it's like a
Making the
cave.
same weird gasping noise as you are.
I love this. These creatures are so cool. These and mushrooms are the kinds of things that artists think to draw when they're trying to like create an alien world, and they're trying to like, you know, give something that looks really weird that fills the same environmental role as plants. They'll come up with like, you know, weird alien stuff that looks like these things that exist here on Earth. It's just so, I love it.
Bar over there. Because it's weird. We have these towers with the horizontal.
So like, I don't think that they physically fit in there, because there's a ton of voices. There's like 3 or 4 voices, and I don't think 3 or 4 people could fit in there.
Layers to them that aren't typical of what we've been seeing most other places, and they have concentrated life.
Yeah.
And we're just kind of just staring at them, trying to figure out what's going on.
That's great. But on channel 1 or top right, you've got a great view of the flow from this chimney. This is more of an example of what people call the focus flow. And this is one of the neat things characterizing this particular sea cliff site is, although it's shimmering there, it's basically running clear. That tells us it doesn't have a large load of dissolved.
Wow. I think we won that. How many was it? How many curly cues? Whoa! This is definitely
wow. Oh, that's awesome. I think that's a siphonophore.
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah, it's definitely a siphonophore. Look at it.
Look at all those associates. Hydroids, crinoids.
Oh, is that a crab down there? Cool. Or something? At like 6 o'clock? There's a
right there.
Little crab.
I know that he's asleep, but I want to give credit to Rennie because
that
was
is.
within 10 meters of the
There's a couple of
target he placed.
Wow.
That's
Everything
pretty impressive from sonar to get
Those
that
little brown
close.
things all look like crabs hanging around.
Oh,
all the way around.
whoa, there's a ton.
Oh, yeah. All around.
Oh, man.
There's a bunch of life here.
Perfect shot.
So cool.
Like, you would think that maybe it would be hard to see for camouflage.
Oh,
But, like, I don't think a predator could get anywhere close to here.
Rock from an active plume. Here's all kinds of rocks.
Well, I think here's an active plume.
Yeah.
I think we might have found one.
Apparently this is like 400 degrees.
Look at the shiny and the bubbles. Ugh.
Looks like a worm, yeah. I don't know what's in this so far. Oh.
Oh, there's a little shrimp.
Maybe it
A little
is,
scramp.
Yeah. Okay, so I found a photo one that looks like it. Let me see what this species is.
I didn't know the isopods.
Oh, yeah, there's a little pink isopod over there.
See if we can get one with the shrimp in it, the crab, and the isopod. There's a little shrimp. There they are. There we go. Now we got everybody. Family photo.
Oh, look at this. Look at
Oh,
this.
that's fantastic.
Don't come any closer to me.
Is that...
There.
That's an enormous Dumbo octopus. Whoa!
Oh,
That's beautiful. Look at how close.
That doesn't remind you of chicken skin, Wayne?
No.
Okay, so they're noticing the weird textures too.
Uh-oh.
Beep,
Oh,
beep,
no
beep,
grabbing
beep.
on.
It
wants
Ah.
I
That's
don't want to be that close to you.
gorgeous.
I respect your distance.
Oh, little turbulent.
A little wrinkly.
Little turbulent.
I
meant to say the octopus on the probe.
Uh-huh.
But thank you.
Oh, are those
So I'm not sure who's
squid eggs? I think they're squid eggs, and he's eating one. I think he's gonna munch on one too.
Close, but the shrimp is at it again.
Oh,
There you go.
gosh.
Oh, no. We got the
How are we in 7 minutes?
Oh, it's so spooky.
Okay, laser's coming off. Ready to zoom.
Oh, gosh.
That's like a jellyfish wearing a dress.
Yep. It reminds me of the Deep Staria, but it's got some weird innards.
It does look like. Oh my god. It does remind me.
Oh, but it has the geometric mesh.
It does have that mesh, yeah.
Oh.
It's got stringies at the bottom too. Right.
Look at that.
And what's with this like bottom skirt? Ooh.
Oh.
We're gonna lift the mask off.
What's
It was the
that
stork
red
eating
structure inside?
It was a crinoid.
Oh gosh.
It's
like.
Oh, it's got an isopod. It has isopod
Oh,
inside
cool,
of it.
yeah. Wow. It's got to be related to Deep Staria. Wow.
Yeah, it must be. Because they have a resident isopod, I believe.
Yeah.
He's just chilling.
I know.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it looks
It
like.
was an isopod driving a sheep.
Wow.
Oh, God.
How are they sure that
This might be a
it's
five.
not
Yeah,
getting eaten?
Wow.
Okay, I can tag it again.
It's a, yeah. Well, it's a 5. Wow.
It looks so veiny.
What are the vein-looking things?
Oh, there's little legs.
Could be a nerve net, could be gastric channels.
Beautiful.
Wow.
Where'd the little brainy part go?
It's down at the bottom, I think.
It's going inside out now. Ooh.
So when you say
Those kind of look like either like lobsters or octopus. I know that's not what they are, but it kind of seeing the isopod just makes me question everything.
resident isopod, are they having a symbiotic relationship, or is it?
Or is it parasitic?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't remember from Deep Staria which of the two of those.
You guys zoom on
Yeah,
that,
go ahead.
You think?
Whoa.
Wow.
Look at those, that texture. He looks like mochi. Oh, he looks like mochi. I just made myself hungry.
I'm not sure what that top region is.
Wow. Oh yeah. Oh wow.
I was gonna say it almost looks sea penish,
Yeah.
but
Those two different species?
I can't tell if it's like.
Zoom in a bit? Or never mind.
Oh, here he goes.
That's a cool shot.
What is that? Oh.
there's a nice
Oh,
look at
is it just a long tail?
What an incredible animal.
I'll say. Amazing.
Huh.
The bracelet coral.
Yeah, I have to.
Come a bit.
So I learned something that both things like anemones and coral, like you need to think of them as essentially just upside down jellyfish. Like all of their stomach is towards the bottom, and these are all of their tentacles just sort of out filter feeding, waiting for something to come by and it'll sting it.
Why?
So otherwise it does not look like an animal at all. It's just an animal with a crust. It's just a jellyfish with a crust. Like his stomach's down there.
Not even minorly deluxe.
Not even minorly deluxe.
Anti-deluxe, some would say.
Some might say that.
Goody.
Like this.
Just a
Okay.
Yeah.
should break out
look
the
at
5.
it.
4.5.
Alright, wait till you see the top.
Ah, yeah, anemones. Look at all of
Those
those.
are pretty spectacular, and I don't even like squishy bits.
Scrape those off to look at those rocks.
Yeah.
Oh, that's neat. I've never seen that before.
Get it back down.
It kind of looks like goopy fungus, like a shelf mushrooms.
Oh, what the heck. I've never given a 5, so I'm gonna...
You're not gonna hold out for whatever is that a
Jess,
little further on.
well, Jess is doing such a really nice pan of
She
this.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I'll take the flak when it comes in. Here's a... Here's
The flag.
here's a 5 going down.
I don't think you're getting flack.
Ew.
So
Cool.
Argus is connected to a cable directly to the ship. So all the motion of the ocean is kind of captured by Argus, and that leaves the Hercules one on that little cable to be able to go freely.
It's feeling very intrusive
Okay.
all of a sudden. I know.
Oh, there it is.
Yep, that's the butt.
And we
That's
requested
wild.
shore scientists to
You never get to see a sea cucumber shit itself.
come across.
And that's full zoom there. Roger.
Wow, that body's just all pillowy and.
Yeah, I don't.
Oh, that's the vampire squid.
Whoa. There's a tentacle.
There we go. Oh.
Oh, oh Lord.
Turbulence.
Like, you have really interrupted my nap. Go away.
I mean, if there's anything we respect, it's a good nap.
Oh, I do.
That's true. You have to respect the nap.
Oh my god.
Ah.
Oh wow. Now it's an octopus.
I just got a little bit of goosebumps.
It's amazing how it can just go from a blob to an octopus like that.
Yeah.
Awesome. And now it looks like a traffic cone.
Or a penis.
Yeah, that sounds good. Alright, perfect. Bridge nav?
Oh, that's the cable on the freaking submarine. It's like, what the hell is following them? Is there something like a whale that's gonna come in or something? This is the highlight reel, so what's happening?
I think we can. Sorry. Once we're in place, we can go ahead and rotate.
Oh. That was anticlimactic. Okay. I feel like that's a good place to end it. Ooh, wow, it's like 2:40 in the morning. Oh, Lord. Okay. You have to go have fun. Well, I'll try to have fun sleeping. But have fun at college. Java Lab today. You're gonna kill it. I know it. Oh. Exactly, that's the spirit. Or are you just in that like in between phase where you just graduated but the workforce hasn't accepted you? Into the madness that is the workforce just yet? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Let's play the goodbye song. Okay, I'm gonna get some sleep. Kill it at college today. Kill it in Java Lab. And what the heck? What just happened? Did my internet fall apart? That was interesting. I do not have a good answer for that. But when I stream, I usually stream in the evenings. So like starting around 8. I'm trying to stream earlier because that's when I'm productive. But I'm such a procrastinator. I can try again tomorrow though. But all this week until probably Wednesday, I'm going to be streaming because that's the last day of the semester, and I need to study every day. So, yeah. All right, I am gonna go to bed. You all take care, and I will see you all tomorrow. Alrighty. Bye.